Hello, friendly tank cannon. You're the one who got me to install the sinking physics mod, right? But hopefully now it's gonna join the long list of mods that are now just in the game. Yeah. Like the TDC mod, they've also improved the periscope with this update. So now aim for another funnel. I will. But first, let's look at the patch notes. They should really, like, what's the plural for hair colloin? You know what I mean? Hair's colloin. Anyway. Damage simulation. The tracking trop? What is trop? I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, supposedly, so I've turned off the sinking physics mod and the more accurate periscope site wide mod because of the changes that have been made. Misspelled torpedo. Sounds about right. You don't know how to spell, so that's fine. But yeah, so supposedly there are now critical areas that you can hit that will have different effects on the ships, engine rooms, ammunition, storage, which I wonder if this is the case on armed merchant ships, or just warships. But like, they already had this to an extent, because I've been in some gunfights with some corvettes and stuff where you shoot the depth charges on the back and those explode. So like, there's been some of this in the game already, but this hopefully expands that. The real thing that I want is if I get a direct hit on the gun mount of one of those corvettes, I want them to stop firing. I don't know if that's going to be implemented. But anyway, boilers. Disabling all boilers, immobilize it. Boilers separate from engine rooms, which is interesting. So you can have a steam explosion or an oil fire. Does a fuel trail on fire catch a ship that travels into it on fire? That's a good question. But yeah, you can have... I would be surprised if that was modeled in the game or anything. I don't think I've ever seen, like... And I don't think this has been added. I haven't seen, like, an oil slick on fire. I don't think that exists. I think the ships just explode. Cargo holds, depending on what's in the cargo hold, of course. Armor. Which is really funny that armor didn't exist before. Oil slicks can catch fire? Are we talking about real life or this game? Because I've never seen that in this game. Yeah, real life. Like there are times, like in Pearl Harbor, for example, that was the oil on top of the water was burning. And torpedo belts. I'm curious what effect this will have, like on the Scapa Flow mission, for example. But battleships don't exist outside of that mission, so otherwise it has no effect. Anyway. New... Oh, right, I should look at the... Because that's probably a beginning of campaign setting. Though I can change it here. Sinking physics. Quick, this setting attempts to strike a balance between realism and enjoyment. Partially sunk wrecks that require an additional action to sink completely are a rare occurrence. Ships sink faster overall, but the largest ships in the game may still take considerable time to sink entirely. Realistic. This setting focuses primarily on simulation. Partially sunk wrecks are fairly common, especially for highly compartmentalized ships. Ships also sink more slowly. Well, I'm very curious what realistic looks like, so we will go ahead and enable that. This is giving me the tooltip for periscope stabilization, not magnification. Okay, what is extended? So we've got a new periscope view. Supposedly these are now accurate. Wild. This says 16 here now. Before it said 32. It should be like 17.45 because that's how many milliradians are in a degree. But you'll notice the size of this doesn't change based on my magnification. So this only gives you 2 magnification settings. How about the Uzo? Oh, and then we just got 1 magnification setting on the Uzo, which might be historically accurate. I don't know. Okay. Let's go to extended. Which gives you 3 magnification settings. And then the scale is smaller, I think. And it says 32. Why does this say X2 down here? I like that. That's a really subtle effect. That at higher magnifications, the like eye box is tighter, which is a real thing that happens. If you ever used like a rifle scope or just a spotting scope at higher magnification settings, this black ring closes in, and there's a specific spot you need to That's cool. But it's not impacting the actual gameplay too much.
Wenn sich die Sonne neiget, der feuchte Nebel steiget. Mein Tagwerk ist getan. Mein Tagwerk ist getan.
Don't know what those voice lines are. Okay, and then what does the Uzo look like with the extended mode? Yeah, then it gives you the 2 settings. Okay. Realistic. It's nice that you can just switch between them. So the X2 is gone, which I think means the scale is bigger than it was before, right? I'm not just crazy. Yeah, that's smaller here. But these numbers are confusing me, because it shouldn't be 0. Like, it should be 1, and then whatever the math is there, and then 10. Thinking like what the mod offers. Yeah, I'm hoping it'll be more dynamic. See bows and sterns up in the air and stuff. We can hope. So I think this means 32 of these per degree, which this is all, I mean, I don't use that stuff anyway, so I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with the periscope. Anyway. Do simulation presets. We're trying realistic. Trying realistic. Both presets provide a more realistic sinking simulation than previous versions. I mean, if you look at this shows it. But differ in the speed at which wrecks sink and how often partially sunk wrecks remain afloat. Compartmentalization, randomized build quality, active damage control as long as the ship is not evacuated. They can't repair torpedo damage, but they may patch up small breaches caused by shells. Use pumps. If you launch a surprise attack, the bulkheads might be open, allowing water to flood more of the ship. Yes, and the you'll be able to hear bulkheads breaking, which is interesting. Fire and smoke effects redone. new careers screen, leaderboard, which supposedly updates based on when things were sunk historically. Added a new realism setting that lets you choose either a realistic or an extended magnification mode for the periscopes and Uzo. The realistic mode ensures that all observation devices use their historical magnification modes, while the extended mode allows for wider magnification ranges for convenience. Additionally, we've ensured that the gradical scales are correct and can be used to estimate the distance to a target as long as the target's height or length is known. They definitely have improved the light effects, that's for sure. Navigation lights, like when you're in port and stuff. Ship summary. So it tells you what modifications you've got installed. Let's see. We've improved the camera shake effect in response to explosions. I don't know what that means, but I'm concerned. We'll see what happens the next time that I watch a torpedo hit. Fixes improvements to hull cracking behavior of all ship classes. Tweaks to sky and clouds. Can't see any of that at the moment because it's foggy. Resolved an issue. This has been an issue that I've noticed. So that'll be interesting to see. Oh, interesting. Increased ammunition to historical values on the 1934 destroyers. Okay. Tutorial thing. HE shells are better at starting fires. Consistently more effective, so that'll be interesting. I've had some interesting interactions with tankers, especially now with the improved damage models and stuff. That you can hit the cargo or the engine room or whatever. That'll be interesting to see what happens there. Improve physical behavior of damaged ships and wrecks when a high time compression is used. So previously at 140x, the physics would reset. Like the ship would be like down by the bow, like the stern sticking out 45 degrees. You hit 140x and it goes back to level. And then when you disable the time compression, it slowly tips back up. Which is interesting. Younger models get more damage than older ones. But if older ones had lazy designers, then they still get damaged as much. I don't know if that's how I would put it. But if you're talking about randomized build quality. don't know. I don't know. Um, but yeah. And again, collaborating with actual authors of the mods. So that's cool. Anyway, I'll leave that open in case we have any questions. And let's go try out that damage. Navigation lights are turning on intermittently, which is strange. But yeah, I don't know what the deal with this is. Is this scaled the same either way? It is not. Alright. I wish the periscope stabilization was switchable mid-campaign. This campaign was literally started before that option existed. So. But it's nice that it's all save game compatible. Because I still need to get that, that Knight's Cross with whatever. Alright. Let's go damage some ships. What am I drinking there? I'm actually eating oatmeal. But thanks for asking. Yeah, I'm a big fan of oatmeal. And like, I'm also a big fan of like what it does, you know? It keeps things moving, let's just say that. Please elaborate. It gives you good poops. It's just like apples, alright? Soluble and insoluble fiber, you understand. It's all about good poops. So it's good on both ends, we could say. Who have we spotted? Oh, another submarine. Let's see what the clouds look like. Maybe a little different. I mean, it's no Witcher 3. The clouds in that game are a work of art.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Your good gaming laptop. Why is good in quotation marks?
Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Tanks anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Tanks anblasen.
Sounds about right.
Auf Dieselmotoren
Sounds about right.
Tauchen auf
Perennial problem with laptops.
auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Who who would be traveling alone? It's the best option, sometimes it is. But yeah, you can put some pretty advanced hardware into a laptop. And it'll run, but there's no guarantee that it won't melt in the process. Because the fact of it is that cooling just takes space. Takes space to do cooling.
Bestätige.
No getting around that.
Wenn sich die
What?
Sonne neiget, der feuchte Nebel steiget. Mein Tagwerk ist getan.
Why?
Mein Tagwerk ist getan.
What are you doing here, my guy? Just random coaster.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
Okay. Guess they want to die. There's something about the horizon that looks different. Don't know why. Can't see what it is. Yeah, it's pretty far away still. But speaking of hardware, I'm on that 4K monitor life, so I can see everything. I can see all the shitty textures before they load in.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
There, see, just random coaster in the middle of nowhere. It's got a death wish. Yeah, a little phone screen. That's life. Yeah, my screen is probably like, oh, what is this now? Why have we... This has to be a bug. This has to be a bug. There's no reticle when you're zoomed in. Has to be a bug. At least this reticle is still here. Just hip fire. Well, it's a brand new update. They had to miss something. Alright, let's try shooting at the engine rooms.
Alle Maschinen stopp!
Oh, there's a little icon that tells you they're trying to do damage control. That's interesting.
Kleine Fahrt voraus! Ruder hart Backbord!
I mean, they're definitely immobilized, but I didn't, like, start a fuel fire or anything. Yeah, it's an interesting bug, especially because it puts, like, the gray, like, Man in the High Castle filter on. It's interesting. It's a big update. They had to miss something. I should report that. Wait, does it send the screenshot? No, but it doesn't let me. Okay, hang on. No, it doesn't let me. I don't even need a description for that one. No reticle when zoomed in with deck gun. Bug report complete. Don't need to do game state either. I'm assuming that's just general. So I'm trying to aim the cannons in Sea of Thieves. Nothing to go off of. Okay, well this coaster's definitely taken a lot more hits than it would have. Because before it was like 3 or 4. How's my day been? Pretty good. Pretty chill. Literally quite chill. Seeing as it's very cold with no snow. It's the strangest winter. Pretty good for ice skating though. I should break out my ice skates. It's very hot there. Well, do you have snow at least? Damn. That's unfortunate. Well, supposedly they made HE shells better at starting fires, but I'm not seeing it. I've sent quite a few shells into the engine room and she's still moving too, so. Not sure what the deal is. New damage systems. You can't damage them. Maybe they missed the coaster in their update passes. Like they looked at all the ship models. Given compartmentalization. Also, made changes so that HE shells now consistently don't cause fires. That's great. That's great. We're doing great. Guns are now absolute ass, yeah. We're 32 rounds in. Before this update, I could sink one of these guys with, like, 4. And that was with the sinking physics mod.
Koordinaten setzen.
Here's a question. What happens if I hot swap the sinking physics too quick?
Koordinaten setzen.
I can literally see the sky through his hull. Through his engine room, I can see the sky. Because I've made holes in both sides of the ship. Oh, no, I haven't. Well, interesting. So this texture isn't destructible for whatever reason. The engine room? I've fucking been hitting the engine room. Let's try the funnel. Nope, that was over. It's the boilers. Hit behind the funnel. No, I will instead miss. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Shit. I mean, maybe they just change it so that HE shells don't do damage and instead are meant to just cause fires, but then they're not causing fires. I don't know. I don't know. It's a mystery. Shit. Oh, we have T. Do we have T5s? Let's try one of those, I guess. It won't matter that they're evading.
Verstanden, Kommandant. Verstanden, Kommandant.
There she is. Coaster. Doesn't matter.
Kursunterlagen aktualisieren. Geschwindigkeit
Doesn't
0
matter.
Knoten. Winkel 7,
Ranges. Of course, I've like shot away all the masts, but
Entfernung 1, 0, 8, 5 Meter. Rohr 5, bewässern. Rohr 5, bewässern. Rohr 5, bewässern. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 8, 6. Bug rechts. Los!
see what this does. German commander wastes 400 HE shells on a single ship just to launch a torpedo. I didn't even need the shells. Could have done this to begin with. Oh, it does change depth. Interesting. Good noises. I didn't notice much in the way of camera shake. One up the ass, indeed. Yeah, now it'll sink. But we do have the physics. We do have the physics. Yeah, apparently guns stuck now. So that's fun. Even on this tiny little guy. I mean, with the compartmentalization and the crew is supposed to do active damage control. I can understand. However, I don't know. Yeah, they were, because there's a little icon down here that the crew was repairing. They were doing damage control. If they had compartments, the bulkheads were closed. This is all like in air quotes because it's just like some sort of arbitrary system. The problem is I didn't get a critical hit in the military sense. Like none of the shells that I fired did anything to the engines. I don't know. More data required. She is very slowly sinking. Okay, that's the sinking physics mod on Overkill. That's what that is. And that was after I hot swapped this to quick. Let's put it back on realistic. More data required. Yeah, well, I was right. Also, hello, Monsieur Balls. How are you doing today? What you got? Convoy, course 028, square AF 152. That's an interesting course, but okay. Yeah, they're there. Big convoy. Okay. Well, it's nice of them to have their radar on for me, so I know exactly where they are. Snow thunderstorm. Wonderful. Kind of sounds like a Geiger counter. Talking about the song. Or the radar detector. The radar deception. Yes. Yes, that's what you mean. I mean, it is. The radar detector is technically a radiation detector. It's just a different kind of radiation. Yeah, autocorrect is real dumb sometimes. Interesting. Throwing star shells up. Looking for somebody. Probably the U-boat that called me in.
Zielposition erreicht.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe. Peilung 275 Grad.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Auf die Station. Beginnen.
What can we see? I don't know what the fuck that is. Is somebody sinking? like more than one ship. Okay, this is a cruiser? I think these might be Soviet cruisers. Okay, there's a cargo ship. There's a lot of weird shit going on right now. Okay, behind them, I think, is like a Liberty ship. But what the hell is in front there? It's got two angled funnels. I don't think it's a Dio class. Yeah, it's a Kirov. It's a Kirov. With the two angled funnels. Big angled funnels. Aircraft facilities in between. I don't think we've seen Kirovs yet on this campaign. First Russian? Yeah, it might be the only Russian warship we've seen. I think it's the only Russian warship in the game. So there is that.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 1 gewartet. Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
That's a good view of her. Two big angled funnels, aircraft in between. Some pretty blocky turrets, actually. Big girl, that's right. That's right. Definitely a long one.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Geschwindigkeit 7 Knoten. Aktualisieren. Winkel 4, 3, Bug rechts. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 7, 6, 3, 0 Meter.
Let's see, the mast height is 34.1. Well, 34.2 basically. So I'm curious how the stadimeter here works. This is reading 80. But what's this supposed to be? Like, the mast height? Well, they're both the mast height, but the meters divided by the milliradians? Or is it the milliradians divided by the meters? I don't remember. Which one of those would give you? Because the milliradians are more closer up, which means they'd be on the bottom of the fraction. So 34. 34.2. Um, 34.2 divided by something gives you this. But I'm trying to figure out like what the conversion of this into that something should be.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 7, 4, 1, 1 Meter.
So right now this reads 90, but that's actually 9, I think. Which gives me 3.8, which is half of what the range is supposed to be. So in the unrealistic view, you have to divide the milliradians by 2 to get the actual milliradians, which is interesting. This is, but you also have to divide by 10 because we're at maximum magnification. Okay, but at least it lines up with something. Oh my gosh, this is complicated. Okay, so let's go to realistic. And what do we have now? Oh, it doesn't give you the close-up one. Interesting. So this, I think in this scale, it's actually legit. Okay, so this is 20. When what it should be is 4.5. Is it actually 6x? No, because that gives you 3.3. Know what to tell you. And the other thing is the degrees at the bottom, right? So like the ship is 6.5, 7 degrees long. That's not the movement we had up here. But it should, oh god, but when it's not. I don't know which magnification is supposed to be real. Because in this view, the ship is 2 degrees long. 1.6 degrees long. Which seems maybe right. Can't see shit. Yeah, it's coming down out there. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna set the magnification to unrealistic because it's more convenient. You can zoom into this level, and then I don't have to worry about this shit, okay? Don't have to worry about it. But essentially, this is... This is off by a factor of 2. Is it correct in this view? No, because it's actually correct in this view, right? Because this is at like 10 right now. This is at 25. And at maximum, it says 6x, but it's essentially 10x. We're at 100. Which actually means we're at 5 milliradians. 34.2 divided by 5 gives 6.8 kilometers. Does this thingy agree? It says 6.0.
Ziel 6, 0, 0, 5 Meter. Aktualisieren. Entfernung 5, 9, 6, 0 Meter.
How about we just don't worry about that? Let's just forget about that, okay? I'm sure it'll be fine. Let's just see what the damage systems look like. We got a tanker over there. A Spanish tanker, no less. Yeah, and all the escorts are in the back chasing my friend. So that's good news. How many torpedoes do you think we need? Five? I mean, with what we saw with that coaster. We could fire all 4. 3? Yeah, I could see 3. That might be a good compromise. They are impact only torpedoes because Hans has given us the shitty stuff these days. So they will do less damage. Especially if these cruisers have torpedo defenses. They shouldn't have much. But we'll see. No escorts in sight. According to the game, the Kirovs do not have sonar. Interestingly enough.
Zielposition erreicht.
We do want the captain on the scope. Interesting, they have paravanes like mounted onto the barbette there. Which are for minesweeping. Tripod masts. Rangefinder up top. Aircraft, like I said. A very modern looking lifeboat. Looks like something out of Minecraft, yeah. Let's pull up no, not that Kirov, not the missile-based battle cruiser. All right. I mean, that does look pretty boxy. Those are the only 2 pictures we got. "36 knots. Only 8,000 tons. Not this one. Not this one. It's a better picture. Oh god. Oh. Leave me alone. Well, whatever. You stupid idiot. I just want to look at the picture. Okay. But that is how they look. That is how they look. More or less. How close are we now?
Aktualisieren.
1,500 meters.
Entfernung 1, 5, 5, 9 Meter. Rohr 3, bewässern. Rohr 4, bewässern. Rohr 1, bewässern. Rohr 3, bewässern. Rohr 4, bewässern. Rohr 1, bewässern. Aktualisieren. Geschwindigkeit 7. Knoten.
He's not evading too radically at the moment. Let's check this speed one more time. And no, I'm not pulling out the attack disc today. We got too much else going on. Gotta figure out if we even can sink these ships to begin with. It takes a long time for it to go by. It's like that scene from Spaceballs.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 7. Knoten.
But the interesting thing is cruisers. Yeah, 190 meters. Cruisers are often the same length as battleships, but they're just skinnier and lighter.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 1, 0, 1, 1 Meter.
And 1 kilometer. What is that, 65? 68 now? Yeah, so you do have to divide that by 2 in the unrealistic view. But then that does give me... So it says... Well, now it says 72. But 34.2, which is the mast height in meters, divided by 34, which is the observed height in milliradians divided by 2 to get actual milliradians. Oh man, it's complicated. It does get you 1 kilometer.
Aktualisieren.
Okay, that'll do. That'll do for range. That'll do. Set this a little bit more this direction.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 7, 0, rechts.
Should be close enough.
Los! 40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag.
See what happens.
30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden.
Very good. See if that's enough. Oh yeah, the Soviets always have a red deck. Even today. It's some sort of like non-slip paint, I think. Because Because I don't think they have teak decks like the Americans do. Although that's only for like our battleships have teak decks. Had teak decks. But the Soviets don't often operate in the tropics, which means some of the advantages of a teak deck aren't necessarily in effect. Well, her propellers are still turning. That's impressive. So far, I have seen nothing to suggest that the damage is in any way dependent on where in the ship it is. Like, the patch notes said that all that was happening, but I'm not seeing it. What do you mean rent it out? That was part of Russia back in the day. They didn't have to rent that. The issue with the Black Sea ports is that the Ottomans controlled the... not the Ottomans. Well, at one point the Ottomans. But the... Turkey controls the access into and out of the Black Sea. It's even a problem today. Why did they train this turret over and not the front ones? When Ukraine became a nation, they could rent it. Interesting. I didn't know that. Well, they have abandoned ship. The flooding was too great. Too great of a list. But this is exactly what you would expect. All those torpedo hits on one side. You'd expect the ship to roll over like this. So that's cool. We like to see that. Next up is this tanker. A lot of C3s. Is there more than one tanker? Isles class back there, the only escort in sight. There is more than one tanker. Okay. Say 7.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 7. Knoten. Winkel 5. 7. Bug links. Aktualisieren. Entfernung 7. 2. 3 Meter. Rohr 2. Bewässern.
She's turning away at the moment. You know what? Let's just do it. She's probably about to turn back to port. She'll get there quick enough that it won't matter. It's a big ship. It's a big ship. Alright, now I want to get back towards the front. Maybe take a shot at the other Kirov, if I can. Well, good news. Tankers still explode when you hit them. Great news. Yeah, one hit is enough. Lately, one hit has reliably started the fire and the explosion. That was not always the case. Sometimes you get a hit and no fire, as I recall. Oh, I've still got a friend back there causing some damage. That's good. Looks like this is going to take substantially longer. But it's definitely done for. Oh shit. I thought maybe this would happen. That's my bad. Yeah, she's gonna take a while to go down. That's not how it used to be.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Interesting. Oh, another explosion.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Okay, now they've abandoned ship. Yeah. So one hit is still enough, but it sure takes a while. At least on the realistic setting. I fully expect that a lot of this is going to get fine-tuned, let's say. they're probably going to get a lot of dissatisfaction, if I had to guess.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiff. Eine Gruppe. Peilung 205 Grad.
Wieder eine erfolgreiche Unternehmung absolviert. Lasst uns genauso weitermachen.
Hüllenbruch. Sie sinken.
All right.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 95 Grad. Kurs setzen.
Yeah, praise the situation. Do we have any escorts coming after us yet? Doesn't seem like it. That Isles, maybe. That's gonna take a while to get here because they're slow. Alright. You're off class. Put it 7 knots. Well, just based on how fast I'm gaining on them, you know. And also because I know how the AI behaves. Angle is a little bit past 90 at the moment.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Lage 9, 8, rechts. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
200
Entfernung zum
meters.
Ziel
Got a
1,
full rack
5,
ready to go.
2, 4 Meter.
Already tell us another one, another Minecraft cruiser. No, it is not a Soviet convoy. It's just these 2 cruisers.
Zielposition erreicht.
That tanker was Spanish. A lot of the merchants are British, I would assume. The escorts are British. This guy's American. Simon B. Elliott. I mean, it's a convoy headed for Russia. But it's not a Russian convoy. Yeah, the rest are British. Big surprise. Yeah, let's close the range a little more.
Aktualisieren. Lage 7, 6, Rechts. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
1 kilometer.
Entfernung.
Let's just do all 4. Why not?
4 Meter. Rohr 4. Bewässern. Rohr 3. Bewässern.
3 wasn't quite enough to
Rohr
put down the
2,
other guy.
Bewässern. Rohr 1. Bewässern.
Rohr 2 bewässert.
Zielposition erreicht.
Rohr 1 bewässert.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 7. 0. Rechts.
Gotta use up these shitty torpedoes somehow. All right. Yeah, that other cruiser is still hanging. It's actually the best way to defeat torpedo defenses. Just keep hitting the same place over and over again. It's not necessarily true in this game, but in real life, it's definitely the case. Then each torpedo is able to compromise like the next layer of defenses, breach the next compartment or whatever.
Rohr 1 geladen.
Somehow that feels like even less damage, even though it was 4 torpedoes. yeah, just keep hitting it. But I think for the purposes of this game, it would be more advisable to hit in multiple places, as opposed to a bunch of hits in one place. How far away are you? Oh.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
Okay.
Entfernung zum Ziel 4, 6, 0, 6 Meter.
I'm just gonna toss
Schussunterlagen
my other
aktualisieren.
T5 in this general direction.
Gegnerlage
Still
4,
no escorts
9,
coming.
Links.
And we'll just see what it hits.
Rohr 5, bewässern.
It definitely won't hit this guy. It'll hit this guy long before it hits that guy. But that's okay.
Aktualisieren. Geschwindigkeit 7, Knoten.
See what it does.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Los! Alle Maschinen stopp!
Can we still see that other cruiser? Shit. Yeah, well.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Changes his mind at the last second. Typical. Oh, that's just a normal freighter.
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg.
See if it hits this one. There we go. Stop the propeller. Okay, we only have 4 left. That's pretty tight, to be honest, because if I gotta finish off this guy and that other C3 now, I need to save 1 for the tanker.
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung
Herr Kaloin, wir haben
150
unsere
Grad.
Position erreicht.
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 145 Grad. Schneller, schneller!
Herr Kaloin, wir haben unsere Position erreicht.
Stand by the stern, as you'd expect. Go ahead and mark that. Oh, they've abandoned ship. Okay, great news. Great news, everyone. They've abandoned ship. Although they still have guys. Well, they're in the process of despawning, I think. Yep, there they go. Popping out of existence. Going into the lifeboats. The issue is, considering my experience with the coaster earlier, I'm not going to be able to finish off these guys with the deck gun. So... Why can't I send him to the command station?
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Funkspruch erhalten.
I don't know. Anyway. Is it? Yeah, it's behind this guy. Very well.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 1, 1, 7, 4 Meter.
This is the
Rohr
priority
1,
target.
bewässern. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 7, Knoten. Aktualisieren.
85 Grad.
Gegnerlage 6, 4, Bug links. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 9, 9, 7 Meter.
Let's do it.
Los!
Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung.
Kurs setzen. ...40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag. Treffer! Feuer an Deck. Schwere Schäden.
Wasserbomben
Very
in
good.
beträchtlicher Entfernung.
Very good.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe. Peilung
Funkspruch erhalten.
35 Grad.
Funkspruch erhalten.
Ship takes a long time. Like I was like still light. That's straight north. But that's the Arctic for you. Sunrise is at 3 a.m.
Torpedo 3 gewartet. Torpedo 4 gewartet.
Kleine Fahrt voraus. Sie gehen unter!
Yeah, this is like the sinking physics mod on steroids. Takes so long for these things to go down. Well, looks like one torpedo was almost enough for that C3. So that's interesting. Glad Isles class is finally here. Does have the other U-boat to go after though, fortunately.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe. Peilung 175 Grad.
No, not the lifeboat, the fucking... cruiser.
Schraubengeräusche. Handelsschiffe, kleine Gruppe. Peilung
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
160 Grad.
Entfernung 1, 0, 0, 2 Meter. Lage 8, 4, Bug links. Geschwindigkeit 0, Knoten. Rohr 2, bewässern.
Rohr 2 bewässert.
Los! Sekunden. 20 Sekunden.
Minimal damage. Great. Alright, I'm just gonna see if I can get far enough away that the escorts don't kill me, and then I'll come back later. Fortunately, they are really focused on that other guy.
Zielposition erreicht. Funktelegramm gesendet.
They have changed the way that the physics are at high time compression. Whether it's an improvement or not is up for debate, but you know. That's another submarine. So who are all these guys? 30 to 50 kilometers? Strange.
Alle Maschinen, stopp! Torpedorohr 3 Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Here comes another destroyer. Oh no, it's just going off in the same direction. Weird. Weird. But I've seen that happen before, like after a convoy attack, the escorts just like peace out, go off in a completely different direction. It's like, well, there's not that much convoy to defend anymore. Which is fair enough, I suppose. Okay. So we got the cruiser, 2 C3s, and hopefully I can find that other cruiser still. And then I don't know what's going on down here, but we'll see. We'll see. How's the convoy? Dispersed. Their escorts have left. But the cruisers are dead in the water. It is like very slowly losing health. That's fascinating. Is it white with a small Soviet symbol on the top left? Yeah, this doesn't look right. That could be the jack, but not the ensign. I wouldn't think so. Which is interesting because they have they have all the British ensigns very correct, but I mean you would expect them to. Naval flags of the Soviet Union. I love the internet. This is the one that I've seen quite a bit in, like, I think they have this in War Thunder. This one, I like this design actually. That works pretty well. But yeah, these are the jacks. This goes back to the old jack that the Imperial Russian Navy had, which is basically a Union jack except with the red and the blue flipped, which is interesting. So in black and white photos, it kind of looks like a British flag, but it's not. So that one existed. So they just added a hammer and sickle and a star to it. The one that's in the game is a lot more like this one. So it is like a jack. It's not the ensign, which is weird because on the British ships, the flag that's displayed here is the ensign, and not the jack. But yeah, from 1935 to 1950, this is the ensign that we should be expecting to see. This is some sort of commemorative version. Another special version for certain ships, it seems. And then, man, they kept this until 1992, actually. That's surprising. Well, they kept this one until 1992. That's interesting. Changed it very slightly. Like they beefed up the sickle a little bit. The star's a little bit smaller. That's interesting. And since for auxiliary vessels, well, here they have the other ensign as the jack. That's confusing. Yeah, nowhere do we see the one in game. That's just a yellow star. But the closest thing to it is one of these jacks. But this is not the ensign, this is the jack. So this isn't the actual flag of the ship. It's like the foremast jack, or whatever you want to call it. Which, for the British Navy, is the Union Jack. It's just that. And then the ensign is the Union Jack in the corner, and then whatever color. Like for the merchant ships, it's red. For the Navy, it's white. But yeah, that's actually surprising, because a lot of the other flags are very correct. But this one isn't. Like, they got the correct Polish flag. They got the correct Canadian flag, which a lot of people don't. Like, if you watch some documentaries, and they're talking about the Canadians doing something, they'll put a big old maple leaf right there, and it's like, that's not correct. That's not quite right. Let's see. It is 3:43 a.m. German time. And the sun's up. Gotta love the Arctic. Let's see if this has any effect whatsoever. Yes, but I'm saying Canada didn't have the maple leaf flag until after the war. Like in the 50s or 60s, I think.
Alle Maschinen stopp! Verstanden, Kommandant!
I have not yet seen a fire on something that isn't a tanker, which is interesting. Which, in real life, what I should be able to do is throw some HE into the aviation facilities, and then there'd be a big fire. That was a real problem with cruisers, generally speaking. Alright, how about we come back to you? Let's see if we can sync Thomas McDonough over here.
Halbe Fahrt voraus! Alarm beenden!
Come back to you. See if we can have any effect with the deck gun whatsoever. Because if we can't, I might just remove it. The Soviet names for the 2 escorts? What 2 escorts? What do we... Did the Soviet Navy have escorts? I don't know. Ones you just sank? Those are cruisers, not escorts. They are the Kirov class. But not the Kirov class missile-based battle cruisers of the Cold War. They're the Kirov class of World War II. They might as well be escorts? No, they're worth a lot more. And yeah, all the destroyers fucked off.
Alle Maschinen stopp!
Yeah, this is not how this should be. This is borked. Like, maybe this could happen in real life, but that doesn't mean the game should be this way. Yeah, she's not losing health. Maybe the AP does more, but I don't have any, so I wouldn't be able to tell. Yeah, the new damage system is great. It's great. But hey, at least the tankers. I'm actually gonna switch to the ship's can sink setting. Maybe. I don't know if that takes probably doesn't take effect immediately, but on the next encounter maybe. I mean, I enjoyed the sinking physics mod, but this is the next level. I mean, if I should be able to have any effect at all with the deck gun, it should be on a ship that's mostly sunk already. But man. I am using high explosive. It's the only thing I have. The AP might perform slightly better, which is really dumb because that's not how it should be. The AP should perform worse because it'll just go straight through the ship and not explode. But as far as the game is concerned, the AP does more damage to the hull. So that might do better, but I can't test it because I don't have any AP. And yes, for anyone who hasn't seen it yet, there's no reticle when you zoom in with the deck gun, which is fun. It's also broken. But yeah, if the gun does nothing anyway, then it doesn't matter if it doesn't have a reticle. Still no change. Although we might have actually gained a level. It might not be 0. Because we were at the end of the U before. So that's interesting. It's like a burnt chicken. Yeah, I gotta make sure I turn every part of it black. All right. Gotta put a hole in every possible part of the ship. Because eventually, if every part of the ship has a hole in it, if there's more hole than ship, then there's no ship left, you know? That was just a miss. Well, I might have gained a letter, but that was, I don't know how many. It was over 100 rounds. We've conclusively proven that at least the HE does nothing. Enjoy your dinner. Yeah, I'm cooking my own dinner over here. I'm gonna have roast C3 for my dinner. Okay. So next patrol we'll load up with AP and see if that does anything at all. For the time being, let's see if we can finish off the cruiser at least.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
With and I want the captain to do it so he gets credit.
Alle Maschinen. Kurs setzen. Große Fahrt voraus. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Kleine Fahrt voraus. Bestätige. Kursunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 1, 4, 7, 3 Meter. Winkel 9, 0.
Can you maintain the torpedoes, please, Cross?
Höhenbruch. Sie sinken.
Oh my god. It sank? Did this other submarine hit it with something, though? No, because I got full credit for it. Okay, it just needed 120 rounds of ammunition and then, like, 2 hours. Anyway.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Let's turn in this direction so that I can actually see what I'm doing.
Kurs 2, 6, 4 Grad. Schlussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 9, 7, 1 Meter. Rohr 3, bewässern.
I'm actually gonna set it for like 3 meters because this deck is underwater. We'll see what happens. It's one of the good impact pistols, so it should work. We'll see.
Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
torpedo hit the torpedo launcher.
Alle Maschinen stopp!
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
See if that's enough. I think it might be, but it's gonna take like 5 hours.
Anlitze. 325 Grad.
What's your problem? It's the wrong way.
Endlich ein paar Stunden Pause.
Truly mysterious.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Okay, so let's go around and
Halbe Fahrt voraus. Kurs setzen.
so I don't want to hit the actual deck of the ship because the game might be weird about that.
Alle Maschinen stopp!
Which is a really dumb reason, but that's the point we're at.
Fahrt voraus.
All right, let's put
Lenkgeschütz besetzen.
Captain on the scope again.
Bestätige. Aktualisieren. Winkel 8, 1. Bug links. Chor 4. Bewässern.
Last torpedo. The last torpedo.
Rohr 4 bewässert.
Jesus, man.
Los!
Yeah, they definitely overdid it. the damage models. And I have yet to see any improvement in, like, oh, you hit this part of the ship, so it started a fire or a steam explosion, or all the things in the set. What the fuck? Okay, broke in half. That was very weird breaking in half, but there you go. Finally sank the damn thing. Now we have no ordnance remaining. I am curious. Oh, there we go.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Kreuzer, 340 Grad.
Fuck. Well, you know what this means. You know what this means. Time for our last best hope. Has a new patch? Interesting. Kerberos 80. Interesting. They definitely overdid it on the damage stuff, because this is the sinking physics mod on steroids. Like the deck gun literally does nothing anymore. And I just used 7 torpedoes to take down a cruiser, which, you know, doesn't seem quite right. And with this cruiser, we're about to see if the flak does any better than the actual deck gun. This used to work. I don't think we're getting any letters on this one.
AK voraus.
And let's save the game. 5 more. Very good. I had it on realistic, Kerberos. But then when it became clear just how much they had overtuned it, I've switched it to fast. But the fact that you can hot swap it raises the question of whether it actually takes effect immediately or not. So I don't know. Don't know if that has anything to do with it. Yes. If you come into contact with a lifeboat, it's considered ramming. Of course. Of course. Well, that did officially nothing.
Alle Maschinen stopp! U-Rohre wieder einsatzbereit.
But yeah, I would definitely recommend setting it to fast for the time being. Because, I mean, literally the first thing I came across was a coaster, right? One of those little coastal freighters. I put like 60 rounds of HE into it, and like its actual health bar was depleted, but like the grayed out health bar was still full and was not going anywhere. And those things used to take like 4 rounds from the deck gun and they were done. So things have definitely changed. And I have not yet seen anything happen with regards to hitting different parts of the ship, the engine rooms, the boiler. I have not seen any of those effects happen. So it's not looking great. It's not looking great. Well, unfortunately, I think we're gonna have to let this one go. But I would like to try HE's, or sorry, AP's shells and see if they do any better. Wait a second. That is less.
Alle Maschinen stopp!
Oh my god, it is going down. It's just extremely slow. It's fascinating. Yeah, we're at the start of the end now. Dude. Well, as a cruiser, it's worth it, I suppose. The definite improvements that have been made, though, are the lists that ships take on, the going down by the bow or the stern. Like, there's this other guy up here is just the bow is sticking up. So that element of the physics is way improved. I dare I say even better than the sinking physics mod. But in terms of the damage that you're able to do, it's not living up to the hype. Waiting. Where is that new... Here we go. This is new. Interesting. Survival ratio is 69%. Nice. So a lot of this has only been tracked since the update happened. This is not since the start of the campaign. 14. This is, you get like a whole breakdown of your hit percentage, the average hit distance, your farthest hit distance. That's cool. Flag accuracy, 100%. Nice. Leaderboard does not seem to be functioning. It also tells you your deepest depth. That's interesting. That's interesting. And maybe your longest time spent underwater. I wonder if snorkeling counts. Because then you can pump that up pretty high. Interesting. Anyway. So that stuff's cool. The leaderboard does not seem to be functioning though, unfortunately. Well, you know what this means. Okay, that was a risk. It's a risk I'm willing to take. Okay, yeah. Okay, and then we know that. Yep. All good. Actually has to be what happened. No, nothing happened. Should we go for another ram? So I actually think that did do something. Alright, let's put you below decks. Nice. That's a nice one. that we don't need the mouse in there. Let's do this one. All right. You can see just how riddled the hull is, just from my flak firing. It's fun. Okay.
Blitzpumpe einschalten. Handelsschiff. 325 Torpedoraum repariert. Torpedoraum repariert. Alle Maschinen stopp.
Are we gonna fix these guys or not? Come on now. Oh, somebody broke their leg. Oh, 3 guys. Alright. That's fine. Alright, back to Minesweeper. I don't think that did anything. Problem is, a lot of tough situations here. I don't think it's gonna sync. Like we managed to do the N. But it's not moving. After that.
Kleine Fahrt zurück.
It should go that way. Oh, I see. So one of them has to be here, right? Which then, yep. Okay. That doesn't really help though. Maybe one here. Two here, but one of them has to be here, right? Then that clears this. Oh, fun. Clears this. Really drifting. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't think so. Let me... Okay, I'm gonna restart the game just in case the... Because we are set to fast right now, right? Just in case this doesn't take effect unless you restart or load a save or something, I'm gonna restart the game. The bitrate will die when I restart the game because the Steam Cloud will update. Don't panic. I'm not going anywhere. It'll be fine. And the programming will continue shortly. Just pull up this Wikipedia page. Oh man. There we are. Should be back now. The bitrate should have recovered. Alright, I'm gonna load the quick save before I did the ramming. Before we waited like 2 days for it to sync.
Thought I'd change my ways. Forgot the past. A new turn in direction, but that's all fading fast. Cause now I'm messing with danger. It's pulling me off track. It knows me by first name, yeah. And now there's no turning back.
There we are.
Can't fight anymore. Taking your hand.
Alright. We're gonna go back to port.
It's what you planned.
Fill up on armor piercing ammunition. See if that performs any better. And with the syncing physics definitely set to fast, or it says quick actually. It's not fast, it's quick. We'll see what it looks like. Before all that, I need to drain the bilges, so I will go and do that. Manage my inputs and outputs, and yeah, and then we'll see what we can do. I'll be right back.
295 Grad. Jawohl, weiter geht's.
Ich bin sehr müde.
Ich bin sehr müde.
Herr Kaloin, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I wasn't talking right away, but I was doing a big old munch.
Herr Kaloin, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten.
We're back to Bergen. Pretty soon the sun won't even go down in those operational areas. It's almost May. All right. Yeah, the cruisers are worth 30. Shame we couldn't get that other one. Just one torpedo short. I think it's mainly the cruisers that are like way... Well, it's the guns in general. Although, again, I haven't tried AP yet. But the cruisers in particular, because I think they have like armor and torpedo protection now, even though cruisers generally don't have that much for torpedo protection in real life. So, anyway. But the one was almost sunk with just 3 torpedoes. Then the other one needed 7, so I don't know. But like as far as the actual merchant ships, this guy sank from 1 torpedo after I spent like 60 rounds of 88 on it. The tankers went down from 1 torpedo. I think this was hit by one of the other guys, actually. But anyway.
Benötigen Sie, Herr Offizier. Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
Yeah, let's go for AP, see if that's any better. And then... Well... But on a tanker, you might as well just spend the one fish. This is basically a guarantee. Okay.
Verbindungsoffizier, um die Befehle vom BT sind.
What you got?
Befehle vom BT.
Very large number of vessels in the area. Sounds good to me. Yeah, let's go.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Torpedo 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr
I didn't see all these lakes before. That's interesting.
Melde mich zum Dienst.
Melde mich zum Dienst.
Jawohl, weiter geht's.
What do we got? Critical damage. Air assaults. Very well.
Auf 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Abladen.
E-Motoren wechseln. Tanks anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Tanks anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Tanks anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. U-4, direkt voraus. Kurs setzen. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Alle Maschinen stopp.
Das ist Thompson. Thompson.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
All right.
Halbe Fahrt voraus. Kurs setzen.
Easy enough.
Kurs setzen. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Tanks anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Tanks anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Tanks anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Auf
There we go. Another. Well, it's not that big, but it's pretty big. And it's foggy.
setzen.
Great.
Funkmesssignale geortet. Peilung 185 Grad.
Okay, the fog lifted. It's okay. Let's see. Sunrise, 1:28 a.m. Sunset, 9:43 p.m. Wonderful. I'm a huge fan of this mod. So what is that? 4 hours of darkness? A little less than 4 hours, actually. Welcome back, friendly tank cannon. We are just about to engage another convoy. The sinking physics setting has been set to quick to see if that helps. I have a full load of armor-piercing shells. And, We're gonna see if that helps. Small, medium, or large? What do you mean? Oh, convoy? It's medium. Well, for the state of the game as it is now, it's medium. It used to be this would be quite a large convoy. But they're much more common now.
Torpedoboot 2 gewartet.
It's called inflation.
Torpedoboot 3 gewartet.
Not too rough. I seem to be on their port bow. So let me turn over this way. Well, you know, I have autocorrect off on everything. But that's because I'm a pedant. It's in your settings. Settings on your phone. Open up the settings, search autocorrect. It's probably under keyboard settings.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Let me misspell something, you've actually misspelled it. But like if you're like me, you don't need autocorrect. You understand? I am my own autocorrect. Anyway,
Kurs setzen.
Wird erledigt, Herr
let's
Kaloi.
go to slow ahead and oh well yeah. So some people do need autocorrect. I understand. I understand.
Torpedoboot 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 5 gewartet. Torpedorohr 1 gewartet. Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
I also have the auto capitalization off because if I forget to capitalize, it's intentional as far as I'm concerned.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
And sometimes I don't want to capitalize, you know? For a less formal
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
sort of feel.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet. Torpedorohr 1 gewartet. Torpedorohr
Although
2
you also
gewartet.
do not seem to have auto capitalization on.
Kurs setzen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Got a destroyer. Corvette of some kind. Probably another corvette there. So the port side is quite well protected. Why did it sound like a school bell? I don't know. Bunch of liberties. Empire Tower. Another escort, it looks like. Norwegian Empire Explorer. C3. Liberty. Another Liberty. This is... don't know what that is. Liberty. Corvette. Right then. I need to work, because the port side of the convoy is quite well defended, so I need to work my way around here. And the sun is going to rise in an hour, even though it's 12:30 a.m. Now we'll stay at standard speed for now. Sun will not rise. How do you plan to accomplish that? I can squeeze in between those two. That'll work. We can make that happen. About the other 16, we're not worrying about those right now. We are... oh no, we're not past. So we could use this guy.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
What does this button do? Oh, the center on what you're locked on to. Interesting. Right there. 155. So their course is 77. $77 and a half.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Wait a few hours to download U-boat or take 30 minutes to download more realistic Silent Hunter 3. Realistic is a complicated word. Means a lot of different things to different people.
Kurs setzen. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
I see the impasse. No, the way you phrase that, it seems like Silent Hunter 3 is the best option.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
But I just don't agree with how you phrased it. So. Alright, let's go to Silent Run. Yeah, 200 gigs is a lot. Although I'm dealing with like very large video files all the time, so I have quite a bit of storage available to me. Let's just take attendance one more time. See who we got.
10 Meter.
That's an escort. Yeah, there's nobody special. It's just all freighters. No tankers, no cruisers. Nothing special. Somebody has alerted them. Which is usually what happens. Oh, that is very personal. I have I think I have a pretty good PC. It's like a year or two old, but it's got a 3090, an i7 12700K. I don't know how all the naming conventions work, so take that with a grain of salt, but it's a 12th gen processor, I think. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's definitely enough to... See, the problem is... I went and got a 4K monitor. That's really the problem. Like, if you're thinking about a 4K monitor, I would really recommend considering a this is going well back here. I would really recommend what is it, 2160p? No, 2160 is 4K. 1440p. That's what I would recommend. Because to get games to run in actual 4K takes a lot of hardware. And if you get this really nice monitor, then you're like, well, shit, now I gotta get the good enough hardware to back it up, you know? So, for me personally, I probably should have gone with a 1440 monitor instead. That's how I feel about it. But when it's really fucking cold outside, then it's just all that excess heat that is generated in this room is a good thing. So, you know, it's always an upside. Going for his last dive. We get some 07s in chat, please. Oh. See if I can make that sacrifice worth it at all.
Jawohl, kümmere mich darum.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm happy with it. The idea was to not need an upgrade for a long time, and so far that's working out well. Although it came with a 3060, and I swapped it for a 3090, which is basically as much as the case can handle. As much as the rest of everything can handle. And yeah, it's working pretty well. Before, with the 3060, Like, I was not using the CPU at all. Which is interesting.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Geschwindigkeit 6 Knoten. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Winkel 7, 2, rechts. Entfernung 1, 2, 3 Meter.
Yeah, I'm really not I'm not the PC builder type at all. But I did get this nice case that's like toolless. You can take it apart pretty easy. Swap out the RAM, the GPU, whatever. Put in more hard drives, which is what I mainly do. Not hard drives, but SSDs. But that's like the extent that I'll do. I'm not out here building from scratch or anything.
Bauer 4. Bewässern.
Let's see. Let's go for 8 meters. Yeah, let's go to blue light for the time being. And oh, right. Gonna want to disable that so that things get maintained.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel.
Side of a kilometer.
0 Meter.
Let's do it.
Los.
She might have sped up. She sped up. Okay.
Fehlschuss. Aktualisieren.
Not by that,
Geschwindigkeit.
not by that much, really. That's surprising. She seems to have straightened out.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 7, 6, 1 Meter. Rohr 3. Bewässern.
Let's go to 40 knots.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Geschwindigkeit.
When I start this campaign, sometime
Los.
last summer,
40 Sekunden.
or if you're asking about game time, September of 1939. Started it in a Type 2A, going from the beginning to the end. All the progression. That's the plan, anyway. IRL? Yeah, it was last summer sometime. Yes, yes, I did also hit the microphone, that's true. You know, the people on YouTube complain about the music. I just love the utter incongruity. Oh man. It's a great time. The technical term is list. And it is listing to starboard slightly. YouTube hates most things, let's be honest. My first sad torpedo, still going. Well, one torpedo is definitely enough for these guys so far.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 4-0 rechts.
Old games. Kind of depends what you mean by old. But to me, old is like pre-2010.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 3, 2,
So
4 Meter.
I've had a lot of good times with like Star Wars, Empire at War. Great time. The old Star Wars Battlefronts. Again, great time. The old Medal of Honors and Calls of Duty that were like actually good. Well, Call of Duty is good, it's just it's got other problems. I think the Battlefronts are good in different ways. Battlefront 1, the core experience is probably better. Oh man, somebody made a Helm's Deep map for for Battlefront 1, and we've done some LAN parties with that one, and that's a great time.
Aktualisieren. Lage 3, 4. Bug links. Gegnerfahrt 0 Knoten.
Are you gonna maintain? Oh, he's still loading, that's why. Okay, well in that case, just maintain one of the bow torpedoes here. Actually, no, that's fine. I don't know, man. I mean, if I had to pick one, I would probably say Battlefront 1. But there are things that Battlefront 2 offers that Battlefront 1 does not offer. You know what I'm saying?
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 1, 3, 7, 5 Meter. Aktualisieren. Lage 5, 4 rechts.
Knoten.
Kleine Fahrt voraus. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
I didn't realize we were that far.
4 Meter. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 1, 1, 8 Meter. Winkel 8, 0, 1, Bug rechts. Gegnerfahrt 5, Knoch 1 bewässert.
Port in Oslofjord. I think it's called like Trobeck Sound or something.
Los.
It's a good scene of that in I think it's called The King's Choice, which is it's a Norwegian film, obviously. It's funny how everybody has their own movie. Like there's a movie about this like bicycle company in Denmark during, I think it's just called April 9th, that movie. So every country has their own being invaded movie. It's funny. Yeah, that'll do it. Oh, I should be giving costs some help. That's the problem. What we should really have is a being invaded movie for Belgium in the First World War. That'd be really cool. Mandalay, more like Mayday. Where do I know the words Mandalay from? Mandalay Bay is a 43-story luxury resort and casino at the south end of the Las Vegas Strip in Paradise, Nevada. Yeah, that's probably it. Oh, they have an aquarium and everything? Here, see. I think you can... I think they have like tunnels. You can walk under the... Yeah, see. Mandalay Bay. Yeah, I'm a gambler, that's why I know. Yeah, I don't know, man. I was on a real winning streak, but then it got then I got torpedoed. I don't know.
Kurs setzen.
Bestätige.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 0. Knoten.
7 officers. I have 9 officers.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 2, 1, 6, 2 Meter. Gegnerlage 4, 7, links.
Gewartet. 5. Bewässern.
You were counting, but I went into the binoculars. Into the periscope, you mean?
Los! Alle Maschinen stopp. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Well, then breed faster. I'll see what the problem is. Just breed faster, forehead. I think that might do her, actually. That's surprising. Just don't be stupid. Just don't be depressed, bro. It's easy. Just be happy. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Anything I can do to help. Or, sorry, I should say you're welcome. No, thank you. I think it's an ENF. It's fucking booking it is what it is.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 1, 2, 9, 8 Meter. Lage
Come on.
4,
Come on, Walter.
links.
I believe in you. It's gonna take. Jesus, that's a lot of escorts. That's a lot of destroyers, is what it is. Holy shit.
Wir wurden von Estig gehortet. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
Hm.
Entfernung zum Ziel 5, 9, 1 Meter. Torpedobord 5 gewartet. Bord 5 bewässern. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 4, 6 Meter.
Come on. Oh, yes, it's going for him.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Oh, nope, never mind.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
It's going for the merchant instead, because of course it is. Oh well.
30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden. Fehlschuss. Torpedobord 3 gewartet.
Just completely ignored that hunt class. Very well. I mean, they are supposedly more attuned to the sound of a merchant ship, but and the merchant ships are louder. But still. The last second. Oh man, that's funny. Oh nope, it's going for the Corvette. No. I should have kept going for the Corvette, and then it would have hit in a better place on this guy. Oh well. Didn't hit the propeller, but that probably be enough to immobilize this guy. Again, I have seen nothing new yet in terms of like, oh, I've hit the engine room, I've hit the boilers, the magazines, the cargo. Nothing new. Nothing new has happened. Oil leak? No. You're dreaming. But it also could be up to the weird collection of like mods and pre-existing saved game state that we're dealing with. I don't know. I don't know.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
But as far as I've experienced things,
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
I've not seen any of that new damage stuff. But the physics are much better, for sure. Like this stuff, this wouldn't happen before. So that's a lot more reactive, which is cool. And this guy's probably gonna have the bow sticking out too. Pretty soon here.
Bestätige.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloin.
Herr Kaloin, wir wurden von Estig gehortet.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloin.
Reading some accounts of attacks on Japanese subs in the late war with Hedgehog, where like clearly they were like waiting to evade the depth charge attack, but instead got hit with Hedgehog earlier than they thought, which is interesting. But that's kind of the whole point of Hedgehog. But once you know about it, you can be more evasive earlier. Yeah, these guys have Hedgehog. Just not using it yet.
Bestätige. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Sehr nah.
Yeah, this stuff, this we definitely did not have before. This is cool to see. Big fan. I'm a big fan of that. But like also, they said they reworked hull cracking. Haven't seen any ships break in half. Actually, that's not true. The cruiser did, but that was after 7 torpedoes. I don't think that hull should be so red. What's anti-fouling paint? Maybe. I think it should be that red when it's launched, or like right after it's been painted in dry dock or whatever. But after a long sea voyage from presumably America, shouldn't it be blacked out? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. We have gray anti-fouling paint. Some of the warships do, but yeah, there should be fouling on it. For sure. But the paint itself is a good color, I think. I don't know why they're not using Hedgehog. Well, this guy doesn't have Hedgehog, so that explains that. But
Jesus, here comes another one.
one at a time, ladies. One at a time. Nine torpedoes remaining. Yeah, we use both D5s. Fortunately, they did not hit any escorts, but that's life. An Australian submarine that made it through the Bosporus? That is impressive. Although anti-submarine warfare at that time was not a very advanced science. So as long as you don't hit any mines, I guess. No, I mean, fundamentally, all the mechanics are there in terms of submarines. You're not waiting on some development like sonar or better depth charges or ASRock or whatever. Like, you've got your diesel-electric submarines, you've got your typically steam torpedoes. In the First World War, submarines were a lot more effective, especially because there's no aircraft, or very few aircraft, that can really do anything about them. Aircraft are really the thing that forces submarines to grow snorkels in this war. Are the escorts peacing out to the southwest again? Weird. Weird. There's only so many times a thing can happen before you have to stop calling it weird and start calling it routine. In this game, at least. Yeah, weird. Yeah, at least some of the escorts. Alright, should we see if AP does any better? You bet it won't? Now who's gambling?
Kleine Fahrt voraus. Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Seems like it's better. Based on what evidence? Seen no results so far.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
It's not budging. See if we can remove the texture from the entire. See, that is one thing. The HE was like blackening the hull, but this is like actually removing the hull, or at least the hull texture. If that makes sense. So that's interesting. But not the name, notably. The name, the paint out of which the name is composed, is built different. Mixed different, I suppose you would say. Yeah, there is also an edge. It's a line up by the deck that does not get disturbed. It's interesting. That whole area by the anchors not able to be disturbed. How close can we get to the bow, though? That close. Okay. Basically in line with that seam that is visible there. Oh no, that went further. Interesting. Oh my gosh, I think it might be going. 70 rounds. Jesus Christ. I think maybe the AP is better. But better is not better does not mean good. Holy shit, dude. This is whack. It's out of control. No, dude, it literally could be double the damage to the hull, but it's just like 2 times 0.00001 is still a really fucking small number. So you can't really tell the difference. Okay. Alright.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
So the deck gun can do damage, confirmed. You just need fucking 70 rounds. Reminder that in vanilla, you only have 40 rounds, and then you need to have more stacks of 40 round ammunition. More stacks of 40 rounds of ammunition. In your storage that you then have to relay up. That's not good. That's not good. At that, I mean, if the game stays like this, then you really should just remove the deck gun, take that extra knot or whatever it is when you're submerged. But I'm hoping the game does not stay like this. Yeah, I can see the rest of them. You probably can't. But I can. And a lot of their escorts have left. I mean, the problem is that it like probably would have taken like 40 rounds, but it happens so slowly that you don't know when to stop, which we kind of had that problem with, and like that is a realistic problem, and we kind of had that problem with the sinking physics mod, but to a much lesser extent, let's just say. This, a reminder that we're on the quick setting for sinking physics. This is not the realistic setting. Yikes, man. At least one escort's still with them.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Herr Kanoin, wir haben unsere Position erreicht.
Kleine Fahrt voraus. Auf Zero-Tiefe. Herr Kanoin, wir sind auf Zero-Tiefe. Bodenführungspunkt eingesteuert. Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Konvoi in Sicht! Peilung! 100 Grad!
Destroyer. Liberty. Liberty. C3. C3, Liberty. C3. Liberty. Empire, Liberty. Looks like just the one destroyer. Which... I say I'm enjoying it so far. I'm enjoying the actual physics aspect, the lists and the going down by the bow or the stern. This periscope view is also way better than old vanilla. I should say this is the new vanilla. I like this reflection. It's interesting. You don't only really get that in broad daylight.
Auf Blaulicht schalten.
And ships are going down pretty reasonably with torpedoes. But the deck gun situation is out of control. Also, I would like to see more, like, every ship that we've seen sink took like an hour at least. When I get back, remove the deck gun. I'm hoping that things get patched and I don't have to remove the deck gun. That's what I really want to happen.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Yeah, let's go for standard speed.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
But I would like to see, like, the possibility of you get an underkeel detonation, the ship snaps in half and sinks in 2 minutes. Like, that's also realistic. You know what I mean? Like, all we've seen today is ships taking, even if they take one torpedo, which a lot of them do, they take like an hour at least, or half an hour. But like the catastrophic, don't even have time to get out of your bunk situation, that's also realistic. We need both of those. You can't just have one. Yeah, well, they said they reworked the hull cracking system, but we've only the only ship that's broken in half today is the cruiser after 7 torpedoes, the Kirov class. So, but yeah, hopefully there are more breaking points. And the other thing is, when like one end of the ship goes way up in the air, Titanic style, that's when the ship should break in half. You know? Like, that's what you expect, because all that stress that the ship is not designed for. Because one end of it's in the water, the other end's in the air. All that torque on the middle of the ship. That's the point at which the ship should snap in half. So that's the sort of thing that we should have, but we don't, unfortunately. So anyway, and we kind of had that a little bit with the sinking physics mod, but as things are now, it's not really. How far away are you? Almost 10 kilometers. One, 4, 7. So their course is not a whole lot different than the last time I checked, 78. All right. Let's go down to 9 meters. Because it's broad daylight. All right, and then let's do a little bit of CRB. And yes, I am going to shoot at this destroyer, mainly because it's the only one here. Looks like I'm pulling ahead slightly. Let's adjust our course. No. This way. Now he's pulling ahead slightly.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Still.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Now I'm pulling ahead. No, 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 no. No, 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 he is. He is. Right, okay. That's my bad. I was looking at it wrong.
Erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
It's pretty close. Yeah, it's pretty fucking close. So let's see. They are on 078 and observed bearing is 284. This way. Which gives us oh, whoops. Gives us 54 for the angle on bow. Green. Nice, by the way.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 5, 4, rechts.
Okay, and then on the other side, we put in our speed with their angle, right? Yeah. So 54 goes with 5.3. So right there. Yeah. And then we read from our angle, which is what? 40, 50, 60, 76. So they're basically at 6 knots. Let's see if the fixed wire agrees. even though it wouldn't actually work in this situation. 6.4.
Aktualisieren.
So pretty consistently, the CRB, constant relative bearing, pretty consistently those seem to be slightly low, those speed estimates. I don't know why. But that's how it is.
Gegnerlage 5, 5. Bug rechts.
3 kilometers, pretty comfortable distance.
4, 8 Meter.
Outside of sonar range. Inside of torpedo range. Why is the radar detector freaking out when we're underwater? I wish there was an easier way to say, like, can you please load the electrics? Easier way to swap, basically. Oh, he's probably loading a T1 again. God, how do I get you to fuck, dude? Okay, now. Load a T3. It's not that hard. Nah, you know what? That's fine. I'll only need 2 of them. There is one other escort back there. Who knew?
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet. Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Weird looking convoy, but okay. Well, this is after one attack, and most of the escorts fucked off back to Scotland, so that's how it is. Not sure why they fucked off back to Scotland, but that's what they did. What did I say? 078?
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Oh, let me put the captain on the scope, actually. Why doesn't the command station exist anymore? Oh, it's because we're not at action stations. That's why. That would explain it. There we go. All right.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 3, 3 Meter.
And the angle. Yeah, that's right.
Aktualisieren.
Well, we already did that math, so
1, rechts.
we know it's right. Okay, and you are C3. Check the velocity, but it should be similar.
Schussunterlagen
6.9, okay.
aktualisieren. Geschwindigkeit 7 Knoten.
So it should be 100, 126.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Lage 1, 2, 6, Bug rechts. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 8, 1 Meter.
And then you, sir.
Aktualisieren. Geschwindigkeit 7 Knoten.
108. Okay.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 1, 0, 8, 0
You like that?
Meter.
You like that? What we really need is one of these, one of those guys. Hey man, there's got to be some reward. It's got to be at least sort of worth it. Oh man.
Fahrt voraus.
Laugh at a poor man's pain. Well, we'll see. If it wasn't for your gambling addiction, then this wouldn't be an issue. Oh. the gambling addiction that you definitely have. Thoroughly non-fictional.
6 Knoten. Aktualisieren. Entfernung 3, 5, 2, 1 Meter.
You only lose metaphorical money? Is that what you're telling me? Okay, so this is gonna be almost 4 minutes.
Rohr 2 bewässern.
How deep are you? 2.7 meters. Set it for 3.
Aktualisieren. Geschwindigkeit 6 Knoten.
Not money, just lives. I understand. I understand.
Aktualisieren. Lage 9, 3 Bug rechts.
Just virtual lives. Who cares about them? We're ready. Okay. So like I said, almost 4 minutes. Probably will be 4 minutes because the angle was a little bit open. So the torpedo path will be longer. Okay, let's flood a tube so we get this, the gyro turning.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerfarbe 7 Knoten. Gegnerlage 1, 0, 7. Bug links.
And yeah, this is 1 kilometer.
Entfernung zum Ziel 1, 0, 7, 2 Meter.
Oh, the... So I have, if you look at the emote names, there's the 2A, which is not a sub emote, but that one is A2. Because if you're gonna have 2A, you gotta have you're gonna have the type 2A, then you have to have the type A2. Of course. Makes sense. If I had a type 2B, then we would have, well then it's actually just 2B, I guess. That's the reason. So that we have A2 and 2A.
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg.
Yeah, set this one at Yeah, 7.5 is usually what I do. Stream notification. Well, maybe you should just unsmash that alarm bell button, as the YouTubers don't say.
Los!
And then you wouldn't get so many notifications.
Vorführen, bewässern. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
Oh, let's do the actual. There we go. Come on, Gyro, come on.
Torpedoversager. 40 Sekunden.
You gotta be kidding me.
Los!
That was too far ahead, but that's fine. Saving at the wrong place. God damn it. You son of a bitch. Was that supposed to be a steam explosion? Might have been. Hit over there too. Very good, very good.
Never thought it would happen. It never happened to me. It seems that clearly it has done. And now no longer I'm free. I am not free to be who I want to be. Can somebody come and rescue me? I am not free to be who I want to be. Can somebody
Well, in real life, this would immobilize them because turns out you can't move when your propeller's not in the water. Well, we got 2 out of 3. And now they've abandoned ship.
I never thought we'd be together. This is a shock just to me and you. And if we ever go together again, I wanna promise that we see this through. So I am not free to be whoever I want to be. Can somebody come? Can somebody come in? Can someone come and rescue me?
Where are you going?
I am not free to be who
Oh, it's because they think I'm like right next to them because I hit them with a dud. Which is like the most cinematic, like no warning at all. Torpedo slams into you, but doesn't explode. What a moment. Yes, I've played U-4. Too much, I would say. Bunch of Kaiserreich and also the Great War mod, which is quite fun, I think. Playing right now? Why not? I'm a big fan of the Great War mod because well, a lot of reasons. You get to have Zeppelins. Your submarines actually work to some extent. Vanilla's better with DLCs? Well, don't let the internet hear you say that. I'm gonna sink this ship just so that I can say, where was Gondor? Why what? What's your question? I mean, I think I would agree with you. It's been a while since I've really been deep on the differences. I think I would agree with you that that vanilla is better. But better doesn't always mean well, like if you want something different, right? If you want a different historical context, that's the main thing that Kaiserreich offers. Then there you go. But there is definitely way too much focus on the Second American Civil War. There's way too much of that mod. It's just that. Which is kind of annoying. Yeah, and there are some good things, like the division cap or whatever that keeps the late game from getting annoying. But I'm just saying not everyone would agree with you that vanilla is better. but better is a complicated word.
Vor zwei Bewässern.
I usually play... Wait, are you... You know you can play Kaiserreich with the DLCs, right? Like, they're not mutually exclusive. Both things can happen at the same time. Because if that's the choice you're making, then the DLCs are definitely better. Well, you can also choose any nation, no matter what. Unless you're talking about just the amount of content. I actually prefer Norway without the Arms Against Tyranny DLC. Like, I actually think Scandinavia is better without that DLC because of like the clutter it adds, which is interesting. And also it adds the companies, which are not good if you're a small nation that doesn't have a company for everything. The military industrial organizations or whatever. Like those being in the same DLC as that's supposed to like add more content for small countries doesn't make any goddamn sense, because small countries do not like playing with military industrial organizations, in my opinion. But I usually play with all of the DLC except for, I think it's La Resistance. The one that gives you spy planes and armored cars and spies, because I just don't like managing all that shit. Where was Gondor when the Westfold fell? Where was Gondor? Where's Gondor? So yeah, La Resistance, I'm not a fan. Arms Against Tyranny, I can go either way, because, ironically enough, if I'm playing a big country, then I do want the military-industrial organizations, so... But if you're actually playing the Scandinavian countries, it can actually hurt more than it helps. Because, especially with Norway, if you get into the late game and there have been multiple wars, your decision... whatever is still full of those like prepare for war decisions, which is stupid because you've already done that. But that's another reason to play Kaiserreich, because Kaiserreich cleans up a lot of the bullshit around stuff like that as well. Which is nice. I've never tried Finland, so I don't know. Shit. I thought maybe I'd be able to disengage, but no dice. I don't know exactly what no step back does, but that's because I always have it on. But yeah, the tank designer. And I can actually go either way on the plane designer. The problem with planes is that they're all separated based on mission, the types of mission that they can do, which is a bit weird. Because then you really can't make a multi-purpose. Basically, it really incentivizes you to just make specialized designs. Because like if it worked in a different way. Tank designer and more Soviet options, sounds about right. But if the aircraft situation was different, where like you could actually have different mission loadouts or a single airframe, light tank is best tank, that's true. That's just a true statement right there. But if like as soon as you put bomb locks on a fighter, it's a whole separate squadron, right? That's the problem. So like if you were able to have a fighter that when it was doing air superiority had just the maximum fighter loadout, but then also had the ability to flex into close air support by strapping bombs onto it like they did historically with the P-47 or whatever, then that would be a lot more interesting. But if you make a multi-role design in Hearts of Iron, you're basically just wasting like space on whatever you're not using for the current mission, which is dumb. So you're basically better off just building a fighter that just is really good at fighting, no bombs, and then you want like a maritime patrol aircraft that, or naval bombers or whatever. You actually can't use medium airframes for naval bombers with this philosophy because they have to have a bomb bay for whatever reason. Medium airframes, so they have to be multi-role if they're going to have any role other than tactical bomber, which is interesting. It's just a mess. Remember trying to make it plain, but the only gun you had put the engine to the limit so you couldn't use it? Well, you gotta research more engines, man. Engines are the most important. Also, you can just switch to 2 engines as well. That also helps. No. Don't surface. Fuck. Don't do that. That was a close one. You just made him light tanks. Sounds fun. Light tanks, best tanks, like you said. Okay, see, now the problem is because I didn't observe this ship at the moment of actually quote-unquote sinking, I can't report it. All I have up here is the West Fold, because where was Gondor? It's nothing else. So that's another problem with having long sinking times. That should probably get addressed. But anyway. Yeah, these guys do have hedgehogs, but they haven't used them. Maybe they used them up on one of my friends. Who knows? They do have depth charges, though. Just the one? Just the one? Very good. Have I ever restored Austria-Hungary? No. Yeah, no. I've taken part in destroying Austria-Hungary in the Great War mod, which is fun. I did have a pretty good, I had a pretty good Victoria 3 campaign as Austria, though. That was fun. Ended up taking, like, all of Italy. That was a good time. Like, yes, Italy, you can unify, but it'll be with me. That's a good time. Sorry about that. Got any upgrades to the boat? Yes. All of them. Actually, that's not true. I have, I don't really like the max level conning tower. So I don't have that one. With the flak fearling. The giant shield that's just looks very hydrodynamic, let's say. Well, it was back when I was trying to get the U-flak achievement, shooting down a bunch of aircraft, and back when I was just doing that because shooting down aircraft was lucrative, before they had like rockets and shit that made it much too dangerous. But anyway, the flak fearling, I think it does maybe do more damage or fires quicker. It has a bigger magazine. because it's essentially 4 magazines and 4 guns, but I don't like the field of fire. The forward fire arcs for that thing are not good. So that's why. It's one of the main reasons why. And also looks kind of dumb underwater. Which is funny in its own way, but... Yes, yes. Well, maybe not. Maybe we're good.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloin. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
All right. Let's try the deck gun again, I guess. Should be classed as sunk? Yes, it should. This is unrecoverable. If I was a real U-boat commander, I would report this as sunk. Like those cruisers that were listing really heavily, you could maybe tow them somewhere, get them into a dry dock, but this is gone, dude. There's nothing you can do. And it will sink eventually. It's just not syncing right now. Right. Nope. Jesus, man. Well, that was 25 rounds, which is not too bad. It's not too bad. But before that would have taken like 2 or 3. And it would have gone. Always nice of him to keep the radar on for me, so I know right where they are. Five left.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Konvoi in Sicht. Heilung. 55 Grad.
I should be running the presser. All right. the escorts, they'd be able to catch up quicker because they are fast. But they're also just kind of stupid, so there is that.
Bestätige.
Torpedobohr 3 gewartet. Torpedobohr 4 gewartet. Torpedobohr 2 gewartet. Torpedobohr 1 gewartet.
We're actually almost dead on. Their course. Almost. Yeah, I'd say they're still on 77 or 78. Awfully close. So let's see here. I'll just cheat by pausing. It's fine. They're on 77, 78, something like that. And my observation is 35. So the angle on that was 76. We line that up with 13.6 knots, which means we actually have to make an imaginary decimal place here. Line that up. 76. All right, and then 35 or 34 gives us 7.7 knots. 7.8, sorry. That's easy to remember. On a course of 078 at 7.8 knots.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 2 gewartet. Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
I feel like I fought all my life for this. This one part, this 1/3 I've always missed. No, just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me who ran away.
Yeah, the escorts are still like 10 kilometers back. But once they know I'm up here, they will be able to come here quickly because they are fast little guys. Big guys, I should say. They're not Corvettes or anything. So. Um,
10 Meter.
here, I'll tell you what.
Oh, I can't forgive.
Well,
Myself. The peace that
that'll be tricky.
it kills me inside. I need help. Oh, please.
Yeah, that would be tricky.
This one time, this 1/3, I'm sorry. I lost it. No, I let my weapons fall. I'm drowning in the fears, and now I know that I will fall again and let it go, but I can't.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Oh, you know, we could go for... Yeah, because the angle doesn't matter, because we've got good magnetic fuses. Could do that. That would work. Yeah, so... What was it? 078?
Fahrt voraus!
Yeah, those escorts are here, but they're not that close. Okay, so this is target number 1. Let's see if this agrees with our CRB.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
It's an entire knot lower,
Knoten.
which is interesting. Maybe the CRB just isn't very precise. I don't know. Not that this method is very precise in any sort of like actual real world condition, but it's for the purposes of the game, it is precise. At least on the class built ships. Let's see here. 90. So this would be 86.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Lage 8, 6, links. Aktualisieren. Entfernung 2, 7, 1, 0 Meter.
Yeah, I might as well.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
7.1.
7, Knoten.
So yeah, at that time the CRB was high. Interesting. Interesting. Anyway, this means I should be gaining on them slightly, I think. 121.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 1, 2, 2, Bug links. Entfernung.
Now the problem
1,
here
7,
is that this
3,
torpedo run
2
is going to be
Meter.
substantially longer than this range. So we'll have to account for that. And then, yeah, we could just go for this guy. Why not?
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Geschwindigkeit 7, Knoten.
80, 70, 67.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Lage 6, 7, Bug rechts. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
Yeah,
Entfernung zum
that'll be
Ziel
good. That'll be good.
6, 7 Meter. Aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 7.
Yeah, 85.
Winkel 8, 5. Bug links.
Range.
Aktualisieren.
Good enough.
Entfernung 2, 6, 8, 0 Meter.
Medic.
Rohr 2, bewässern.
25. Could cost some help for the time being.
Los!
So that'll be basically 3 minutes.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 7. Knoten. Gegnerlage 1, 2, 1. Bug links. Entfernung zum Ziel 1, 7, 3, 2
On
Meter.
open angles like this, errors can get magnified. So it is worth avoiding these situations if you can.
Rohr 3, bewässern.
This isn't that open. Only by 30 degrees.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 1, 7, 0, 4 Meter.
The actual torpedo run is probably at least 2 kilometers. Hope I remembered to switch that one to magnetic. Like remembering if you put the garage door down or not, you know?
Langsame Fahrt voraus. Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg.
Let's get a tube flooded.
Geschwindigkeit 7. Knoten. Gegnerlage 6, 5. Bug rechts. Rohr 1 bewässern.
Rohr 1 bewässert.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 6, 6, 0 Meter.
Rohr 2 geladen.
Come
40
on.
Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag. Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg. Sekunden.
Come on, sink the gyro.
Sekunden.
Son of a bitch.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag. 10 Sekunden bis
Come
Einschlag.
on.
30 Sekunden. Treffer.
You fucking piece of shit.
Schwere Schäden.
It's too late now.
20 Sekunden.
Zerstörer. 160 Grad.
Nice.
Torpedo 2 gewartet.
Alright, this will be closer to 5 knots now.
Aktualisieren. Geschwindigkeit
So
5
I know how to
Knoten.
behave.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Herr Cologne, eingehendes Funktelegramm. Funkspruch erhalten.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 7, 3. Bug rechts.
What is wrong with the stupid gyro? Oh, I'm sorry. It's because we're not at action
Auf
stations.
Gefechtsstation.
Well, the other 2 torpedoes worked just fine. I guess he went to bed after that. He figured we were done. That's funny. That's funny. Let's take this down to 4 knots, actually.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Geschwindigkeit 4. Knoten.
Hello? There we go.
Los! 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 30 Sekunden.
Son of a bitch. I thought if anything my speed was gonna be too slow.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Nah, it's coming in too hot for that. Unfortunately. Well. Didn't expect that. Or maybe my range was too short and the parallax ended up weird. That could be it. Because this is a perpendicular, it's more than a perpendicular shot.
Entfernung zum Ziel 9 Meter. Aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 5 Knoten. Winkel 6, 5 rechts. Rohr 2 bewässern. Gegnerfahrt 5 Knoten. Los!
There we go. And are the rest of these conclusive? Yeah, pretty much. Alright then. Last fish can go towards our old friend. Our old friend. Frank Lever. No, we're not doing that.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 4, 6, links. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 9, 1 Meter. Rohr 4, bewässern.
The underkills do still seem to do more damage.
Kleine Fahrt voraus. Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter. Kleine Fahrt zurück. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 5, 6, 5
Good
Meter.
enough.
Los! 40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag.
Almost like already in sonar range. It's unfortunate.
20 Sekunden. Bis Einschlag.
Yeah, I don't have much to complain about when it comes to the performance of torpedoes, actually. With this new damage stuff. It's just that all of the ships consistently take a long time to sink. Welcome back, friendly tank cannon. At that sinking ship. That was the last torpedo, by the way. That sinking feeling, I meant to say. But yeah, the amount of damage torpedoes do for underkeel detonations versus whatever seems pretty good. Yeah, it's our old friend Frank Lever. And the physics are good. The lists, the bow or the stern up in the air, it's all a good time. However, the ships all consistently take forever to sink, which is dumb. There should be variation. Some of them should go down in 2 minutes, some of them should go down in 2 hours. And B, the other problem is that guns don't do anything. Like the introduction of bulkheads, yeah. For sure.
Herr Kanoin, wir haben unsere Position erreicht.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
There she goes. What, you don't like the anti-aircraft gunners on the Soviet cruiser just like popping out of existence and then reappearing in the lifeboats? You don't like that? Personally, I'm a fan. I want to bring back the guys sweeping the deck as it slips beneath the waves. That's what I want. Yeah, it's definitely more funny. Two down. That Liberty actually did go down pretty quickly. But we still haven't had a whole snap in half, you know what I mean? So that's a bit of an issue. There goes number 3. Come on, AJ, you can do it. I believe in you. Also, did you notice how much those guys sucked at finding me? That was impressive, let's be honest. To a lower depth than the keel? Yes, I am. Actually 7.5 or 8 meters, somewhere in there. For freighters. The escorts and even cruisers are shallower than that. So you gotta pay attention. Yeah, sometimes they go under, sometimes it kind of depends on the ship, depends what you set it at, depends on the sea state as well, because the depth keeping, like if the ship is higher, is like on a wave, then it'll go under, but if it's in a trough, then it'll hit the bottom at like an angle. So you just want to kind of be in that range where you're like almost touching the bottom but not quite. Yeah, I'm putting magnetic on. If you hit at a steep angle like that, the impact won't work, probably. And obviously if it passes under the ship and is set to impact, then that won't work either.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
Zielposition erreicht.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Why cheer if what happens? The split? Oh, absolutely. To be clear, we did see one split, but it was the cruiser that took 7 torpedoes to sink. So, like, that's not really what I'm looking for. It shouldn't be that hard to break a ship in half. Although those were impact fuses on that patrol, so.
Lenzpumpe ausschalten.
Why is the alarm still on? Is it the radar detector or something? Oh no, what I meant by that was, on the previous patrol, we had shitty fuses that wouldn't work properly if you set them to magnetic. You can set them to magnetic, it's just not advisable. That's what I meant.
Eine Pause wäre jetzt angebracht.
Hey man. Hey man. 600 hours in. I'm sure there are some things I still don't know about the game, but that's not one of them.
Eine Pause wäre jetzt angebracht.
Why have you done that? What'd you do that for? It's injured from working too hard. I haven't heard of premature detonations with impact fuses. I'm sure they've happened somehow, but usually you get premature detonations when your magnetic fuse is not calibrated correctly for that part of the Earth's magnetic field. Yes, it could happen. Or some extremely poor design or something. Probably has happened, but I don't know of that. That fucking beeping, yeah. Oh, we've been at fucking action stations this whole time. You stupid idiots. Why? Why didn't you call it off? You dumb idiots. Jesus.
Ich bin sehr müde.
Alright, we need to get him on the navigation before we get lost. It's important. That explains a lot.
Melde mich zum Dienst.
Melde mich zum Dienst.
I was like, why did he overwork? Why do we have poor navigation accuracy? Oh. It's because Rieger's still manning the TDC. Oh, that's funny. I think the most unfun things are when things aren't working. Like when the game isn't working. Like earlier when we were spending hundreds of rounds on ships with no effect. Or when, like when the Hope Island mission was broken. You couldn't progress. Like that's the most unfun type of situation. Like I'm not that bothered about getting hit or damaged or sunk even, or air raids. Yeah, sometimes the destroyers hang out longer than they should, but see, then I go read the historical sources and it's like, oh, we didn't have any depth charges, but we just like stayed on their ass for 12 hours until they had to surface, you know. It's like, oh, okay, man, I guess that's historical. So that's not fun, but that's real. It's part of it, so. Ah, there is an outside world. Oh, would you like to see the crack? The crack of Bergen. There it is. There it is. Now this is the most fun thing. The crack of Bergen. And yes, I have tried diving down into it. Once you get down to like 20, 30 meters, it teleports you back up. It's interesting. Crack. Crack. Yeah, even the camera teleports back up if you get too far down. No, I don't need a clip. I have a really good screenshot, actually. Where's it at? Here we go. Here we go. Probing the crack. That's fun. That's that's something I hope never gets fixed, because that's fun. Oh man. I gotta get going pretty soon here. But you wanted to see conning towers, right? Getting there. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. 2 years of war left. So I had... Yeah, I think some of them aren't counted because I wasn't in contact at the moment that they actually sunk, which is kind of dumb. The clip of Bergen, thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're definitely missing some. Because I had 1 dud and maybe 2 misses. So we should have 11. But instead we have 9. Where's this? So that was the last patrol. That was the last, and we didn't even sink one of them, if you recall. All right. Now we got the best batteries. Anti-radar snorkel. No Christmas tree because it causes pathing issues. Best radar detector. Which... like... I am considering ditching the radar detector and going back down to 7 officers. Like that's something that I am thinking about. Or was it 8? Yeah, I think 8. But how much of an increase? I have a lot of envelopes at this point. And the conning tower. Basic one. The 20 mil with 2 13 mils. Two 20 mils. And 6 20 mils in total. Yeah. With this, first of all, the AI chews through your ammo supply much quicker. Second of all, the forward firing arcs are not as good. And it looks kind of dumb. Although, you know, that's just an opinion. Yeah, so the ring is still there. I'm gonna leave it installed for now, in the hopes that by the time I play next, it will actually work. Yeah, the interesting thing is, and this is not historical at all, but it's pretty easy to shoot down airplanes in this game, right up until they get rockets, which has happened recently here in 1943. Once they have rockets, they become much more dangerous. Just get better. No. It's not about better aim. It's about the fact that they have a weapon that they can shoot at you before they pass over you. That, like, will knock everybody overboard and kill people, and, you know. It's a timing issue. You can't dodge the rockets, okay? The aim is too good. Which, basically what that means is, once they have rockets, they are as threatening as they should have been all along, historically speaking. Which is funny. Oh, you'll know. You'll find out real quick when they got rockets. Also, you can see them under the wings. Especially if you switch the camera to look at them.
Benötigen Sie, Herr Offizier. Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
Yes, the Katyusha. You know. That's how you know you're done for. Just have like the entire MLRS box just like under the Wellington or whatever.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Verbindungsoffizier, um die
But yeah, it's
Befehle
not
vom EU weiter
It's not any specific type of aircraft either. They can all have rockets. The Wellingtons, the Beaufighters, all of them. All of them. Oh, that's a ways up in there. Foggy weather? No thanks. Oh, war correspondent. We can do a war correspondent. It's been a while since we did that. I mean, like, the Hedgehog is basically a multiple launch rocket system. It's basically what that is.
Torpedo-Mond 2 gewartet.
Ich bin sehr müde. Endlich ein paar Stunden Pause.
Alright. We have to go like 300 kilometers. It's already the patrol area. Nice.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
But that is have to gonna wait until another time. Soviets have it without DLC. I have no idea. I generally don't use rockets in Spyron. Generally speaking. So I can't help you there. Oh, great. Speaking of aircraft.
Auf maximale sichere Tiefe gehen.
See what kind of aircraft we're getting rated by. Sunderland. No. This one. You know what?
Herr Kanoi,
Blow the tank, Stresky. Funniest part about these is that they've sent maritime patrol aircraft to raid a port, which doesn't make any goddamn sense. Shit. Lost Stefan Gruber.
Herr Kaloin, wir sollten das Boot nach versteckten Schäden absuchen.
You're not actually paused. Yeah. It's like the gear wheel in like, well, a lot of video games. You're sort of paused, but not really. You're effectively paused. Like it's gonna take about 5 minutes for anything to actually happen. Here we go. See, this is why I don't like the Flak Fearlings, because you can't shoot at them if they come from ahead. They do have rockets! Okay, but he missed. Like shit for that. Well, it wasn't the rockets. It wasn't the rockets. It was... Alright. But we can't have the captain being dead, so... Because the whole point of this campaign is to get the Knight's Cross with whatever, so... So we can't have the captain dying on us. But only the one of them had rockets. Only the one. Yeah, funny rocket moments. Very funny. Yeah.
Herr Kaloin, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern.
Katyusha sound effects mod. That'd be good. That'd be good. Alright. I have to go. I hope the deck gun gets fixed so that it actually does something. I fired 205 rounds of HE, and not one of them started to fire, even though not one of them out of 205. 0%. So that's good. Anyway, I hope it's been interesting. I will hope to see you all again some other time. And until then, auf Wiedersehen.